All right, let's get this show started. We are live currently, and we're gonna make a beat. Sweet. Gonna get out of this program that I'm in currently. Save this. And yes. All right. So, my name is Elib from the Beat Culture. I will be making the beat live on air through my studio. I'll be showing you guys the type of stuff I do using either Ableton Live, Studio One, or Bitwig, which are the three programs that I like to use. So between those three is how I come up with music. DJ, what's up, sir? Just out of curiosity, I want to see something about Bitwig, if there's any updates. The Emilio, what's up? What's happening? What's happening, guys? How y'all feel? Okay, no updates, as I could tell. Everything appears to be the same. Okay. Okay. Right now, I've been working in Ableton a lot. I'm just gonna say it. Ableton been holding me down, man, lately. So let's load up Ableton. It's interesting right now. Like what I'm looking for is I feel like something is missing in Bitwig, and I could pinpoint some things that I would love to see. Ableton Live is like perfect, but not really. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Is what I'm getting at. I feel like the tools in there are pretty dope, but there are some things. There are some things that I I feel like Ableton has reached its core for what it is. You know what I mean? Like for what it is. I don't want to wish anything beyond what it's doing now. Like I don't wish that it can do what Studio One do. I just feel like where it is perfect, and if they continue that way, it's dope. I feel like Bitwig is incomplete. That's just kind of how I feel. I feel like Bitwig can use some improvements. Ableton is kind of a thing of its own, you know. It's like they they doing some stuff that It's like, what more could you really ask for? Of course, a lot of people will want it to do something more because that's people. People are always going to want more, just like I did with Big Wig. Studio One, I feel is incomplete. Ableton does, I don't know, it's a lot of things we could ask for, but it's a lot of things in here that it does that we didn't necessarily ask for, but it do. It's cool. Just the placement of things to me is I just think is different. I think that's the thing. Ableton is different, and some people tend to jump on the bandwagon of a person who want to make changes or want to create I don't know, the people who are always asking for something different than what's there because they can't accept something being different. If that makes any sense. So because it's different, or it's not what you expect, you make demands on changing things. Oh, I wish it could do this, or it don't have this. It need that. This, that, and the third. And it's like, now just leave it be. Just leave it alone. It's in its own lane, rightfully so, and it's gotten popular for this reason. Like, it's what it does and how it does it. It's people that left Ableton Live to go to Big Wig. It's a lot of reasons. Ableton is capped at some stuff that it does workflow wise, so Big Wig is like the go-to. But there's just still some stuff in here that you can't do in Big Wig, And then Studio One is playing catch up. They are playing catch up. And so they're adding nice features in there, but then it's like, okay. That's cool and all, but what else? What else you got? Like the other stream, the last stream I did, I was real cool with working in Studio One. All up until the point where I needed to program drums, and then the drums did not come back the way I played it, bro. That was the most frustrating thing ever. It's like, man, this just broke the workflow, bro. But when I'm doing this type of thing in Ableton captures my MIDI perfectly the way that I intended. I fix stuff. There are, things happen, but I don't have as much of a headache when programming stuff in here versus in Studio One. Studio One is just, oh my gosh. The frustrating thing about Ableton is that sometimes when you do make those mess ups, the way to fix those things, that can be the part that just frustrating. Like, wait a minute, why isn't the quantize here, or why can't the not anything, not why can't the quantize do a certain thing? It's not that. I can't even say that. But it's different, I do respect them for putting the quantize in a location that kind of makes sense. Like the other day, man, I was looking for the quantize joint, and it was like the quantize, bro, is where is it? It is. Oh, wait a second. That's audio. We go to a track like this. No, this won't work. That's audio. I need a MIDI track. Give me MIDI. Yeah, this is MIDI, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Something like this, right? It's got they put the the quantize over here in this section. Yeah, there's your quantize now. Like the window that used to pop up, I don't think pops up anymore. Your quantize situation is right here. Let me see. Quantize setting. Does it even still pop up? Nope, it don't. Quantize. Yep, they got rid of that. And it's so simple. It's like, boom. You want triplets? No problem. We'll give you triplets. And to give you, okay, it's like say for 1/8, for instance, 1/8 plus 1/8 triplets. That's kind of dope. I like that. It's like there's options. It's like it's going to quantize to 1/8 and 1/8 triplets. Or at least the way it's explained here, it just makes better sense. There's 1/8 triplets by itself, which is what we used to. But then there's 1/8 and 1/8 triplets. You see what I'm saying? It's like two different options. And to simplify things, we're just going to take it to 1/16 because we know that that's what you're probably trying to do. But you know what? Where's 32s? Where's the 32s at? Oh, yeah, that's kind of cool. So when you check the triplet button, they know it's like it's smart. Yeah, we know. You don't need to be doing 32 triplets because the 1/16 triplets is almost equivalent to 32, but a nudge off to create that triplet effect, right? You're not doing triplets in 32s, but as soon as you uncheck the triplet, then you get to 132. That's crazy. And that's probably what we're doing mostly. But now I'm like, where's the 64 at? Are we really doing things in 64? Or perhaps Ableton got smart and they know that most urban music, our tempo is cut time. Which means, or double time, should I say, which means that 132 is really 164 if you think about it. If you know math like that, you know, like if your track is really 90, like theoretically, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, that's probably a little slow. But in hip hop, we doing 180. You know what I'm saying? Like we double that. So 132s instantly turns into 164 instead, and then 1/8 is actually 116, and then 116 is actually 132. You get what I'm saying? So I don't know if that's how they were thinking. Like, you know what? We're just gonna make this do something real simple because we know what people are gonna do. So we're gonna simplify based on how people do things. It's like a staple in hip hop and urban anyway. Like if you're doing if you're doing music, most likely the metronome is gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, and we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, and 1, 2. So the 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. The kick is on 1, the snare is on 3, but really the tempo 1, 2, 3, 4. You know what I'm saying? 1, 2. The metronome's supposed to go 1, 2, 3, 4, but we on the urban side 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. We double that. I don't know if y'all get what I'm saying. So because they know that the quantization, it you know, I wonder if that's how they were thinking. That's kind of what I was getting at. So in Ableton, it only goes up to 32 now. Yep, even the grid here goes up to 32. It's like it's smart, you know. That makes sense to me. That makes total sense. All right. You say, is it lo-fi night? What is the point of cycle and dolls? What doll do you use? DJ, if you don't mind me asking. Mr. Piano, what's up, bro? Michael Williams, new subscriber. Thanks for joining. That's why you always talking about 6/8 and off the beat. 6/8 and 6/4. I love music in those time signatures. I do that from time to time. Absolutely. 6/4 and 6/8. Yep. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Sometimes I don't switch the time signature. I keep it in 4/4. Like the other stream I did that. Could have just switched it to 6/8. Let me see. How easy is it to switch 6/8? Not not hard at all. Bam. 6/4, 6/8. Bam. Is that easy, huh? That's dope. That's dope. Sweet. Oh, when you double click it, it's like it just knows. That's dope. That's dope. You use FL Studio. All right. What type of music do you make? Yeah, I need you to. You say FL Studio, the king of piano roll. Okay. I have a feeling you're gonna say trap. Yeah, let me know what type of music. What type of music do you make? Arabic music. Okay. So I'll answer. I'll answer the question. That's dope, by the way. You do Arabic music. So any doll can handle anything. So doesn't matter what style of music that you use. I mean that you produce. You just pick a doll that resonate with you, and you go with that, and that's great. For me, it was Logic for many years. And you say VA, welcome home. Who was VA? So so it was Logic for me, right? So Logic has a linear workflow similar to Studio One, right? Then years went by. There are some things that I was trying to achieve. So for me, I say my purpose for using several dolls, not to stunt or not to you know what I mean, like not to seem like I'm a big shot or anything like that. It's just different workflows render different things, different tools, and different dolls. This was not by design. It just happened over time. You know what I mean? So there was a lot of things that I was doing in Logic that I had to do extra work, and found Studio One and what it was able to do. It just made better sense to me. So I left Logic completely because I just was frustrated with the workflow. Even though I knew it out the back of my hand, it was like I knew it in a frustrating way. It was like, oh, I'm just tired of this program, and they weren't making any updates to it. So I just left it all together, and they were actually pretty slow in making updates. This was when it was still a 9.0. I was using Logic ever since 7 or 8, like a little early on. Not like some other people, but I've been in there for years. You know, when we were in 9, it seemed like we was in 9 for a very long time. Nothing like it was stale. It was just what it was. Got Studio One when it upgraded to 3.0. So now Studio One is like my main DAW. That's what I do most of my beats in. But Studio One, it has a lot of tools in here that I love, right? But there are some things that frustrates me on the creative side. So creatively, Studio One is not able to render what I'm looking for on a creative tip. In order to use Studio One, you have to have a lot of third-party plugins to do some stuff outside of the box. So Ableton comes in with a whole different way of doing things, and that's when I started learning Ableton. I am not the type of guy that just use a bunch of stuff. I lock into things I like. So I locked into Ableton, and then Big Wig. Big Wig is something special. Big Wig is like Studio One and Ableton together, but there are some stuff about Big Wig I feel like that needs they need to upgrade or update. I am waiting on that. You know, I can't wait the day they actually change the design of the whole thing because it just looks weird to me. So there's different workflows on each platform. So Ableton, I could say recently, like the tool set that they have is like it's really fun. Ableton is like it's fun to work in. I mean, if you're working in one DAW, that's great. That is the goal. That was the goal. That was my scenario at one time. But it's just the reason why I use several things is because I'm frustrated. That's the simple answer. It just sounded like I was going into a deep end because I was gonna break everything down. That's why I load up Studio One. I was gonna show you some stuff. It's like Studio One got some dope stuff that it do. It's just it does this, it does this, it does that, it does this, it does this, it does that, it does that. But here's the problem. Boom. And if you've been watching the streams for for a while, you paying attention, you'll know some stuff I kind of scream out about, like, oh my gosh, you know what I mean? So then there are other times I'm just in Bitwig. I use Bitwig a lot of times to test out new plugins because I'm a content creator. And that's the other thing. Because I'm a content creator, I'm always companies send me new, plugins to test out. As a matter of fact, I'm testing one out right now that I can't say anything about until they release it to the public. And Bitwig is what I use to test those plugins. You know what I mean? Because Bitwig can handle crash differently than a program like Studio One. You know what I mean? So that's one reason why I use Bitwig. So Studio One, in a lot of ways, just became the program where I just mix and mastering for the most part. I still do beats in here, but like the majority, like now lately, I have kind of just divvied away from Studio One because it's so the other factor is depending on the music that I'm working on, I would use Studio One versus Ableton Live, whatever. So if I'm working on orchestral music, I'm coming in Studio One. That's why I asked what style of music you produce, because sometimes it depends on what you're doing, the different tool sets that's available to you. So orchestral stuff, I think it's best to do it in a DAW like Studio One because, well, especially if you're using Contact, native instrument libraries, it's best that you do it in a DAW like this because of this. And I'm gonna show you. I said I wasn't gonna do this, but here we go. Here we go. Oh, Mr. Piano, you okay? You immediately thought that he was a VA because he was bringing Arabic music back. Oh, Mr. Piano, you can't be doing that, man. Okay, I'm waiting on this to load. Also, my background is a little bit different. So I've been doing music for, man, like 30 years, plus 30 years. Yeah, been doing music since I was in grade school, like to do like 8th grade, going into high school. I've been doing music for a minute, for a while. Yeah. And so over time, I've grown interest in the other platforms, cuz so that me having these platforms that I use, that comes from just years in the game. Years in the game. This is nothing that I encourage newcomers. I never want to press on people that you need to be using several dollars to do several things. Now, this what I'm doing comes from several years of and so I've grown that interest. And on top of that, I am a content creator as well. So as a content creator, you're gonna have your hands in different things to bring fresh content. And between these $3 that I have, I feel like these best suits what I do. Able to live. Case in point, I just finished a show, a conference show, because I'm also audio visual, and I was the audio technician for this show. Well, audio and video, but mainly I was taking audio cues from the producer on this show. There were scripts that needed to be ran at certain points following this run of show, right? Scripts played at certain points and the music played at certain points. So there was like two different things happening. There was a few scripts to be run back to back with music in the background that's looping over and over and over. More like a playlist. And I'm gonna tell you, inside of Ableton Live, I was able to achieve that up here. This is what my playlist looked like. It was up here, and I was doing different things, and I'll hit the play button over here because I had everything kind of laid out, and each channel was representing something. In my case, it was two because I only had like the scripts and then the music, and they were linked up, and they were doing. I had it set up where it automatically played boom 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 boom. You can't do that in Studio One. You can do that in Bitwig, but I chose Ableton at this point of it. So that right there, what I was able to do in Ableton knocks Studio One out the park, like clear as day. I would not have been able to do that in Studio One. See, in Studio One is linear based, and so in order to achieve what I needed to do, I would have had to literally, to achieve something like that, laid scripts out in the arrange view like this, and literally like duplicate the music back and forth, boom 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 boom, in the linear workflow. I would have to do it like that. That's not ideal when you in show running cues, because when you got to go back and forth, you know what I'm saying? I was playing music here, another piece of music there, another piece of music there. You can't do that in linear form, because then you're literally like trying to find the spot where you need to play certain music. Like you couldn't do that. you need Ableton Live to do that type of stuff. Set up like a DJ rig or something like that. So, you know, with that being said, you know, that is the reason why I use Ableton, or why Ableton is in my bucket for. It's like a tool. I told you I wasn't gonna go down. So when I start opening up on like answering these questions, there's reasons behind everything, and it gets deep. It gets deep. It gets really, really deep. I only mix and master in Studio One. You see what I'm saying? I do not mix in Ableton. That's not ideal for me, because Studio One is set up differently. Studio One is just it's just set up. It's set up the way I need it. Stuff you can do. Okay, we were talking about orchestral music, and we was waiting on this thing to load up. So, say for instance, and this is something you can do in Ableton or Bitwig, but it's a longer, tedious process, and it doesn't really make sense. But I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you what this thing can do. So I'm gonna show you. Classic view. Okay, we should be okay. So say for instance, I'm gonna just load this up just for whatever. But just picture this being orchestral, right? I think something got stuck somewhere. Oh, I got it. Duh. Somebody said, what we doing, lo-fi? I don't know. Okay. So even though this is not orchestral music, but I'm showing you what you're doing when you do that. So you see that? Well, I'm reverting back to an earlier point I made on the stream. This is why I don't use Studio One for a lot of what I do, because Studio One cannot capture my music the way that I. That's a buzzkill instantly. All right. Anyway, so we go back up in here. I'm gonna close that or collapse it, and I'm gonna just go to some random stuff that's not gonna shut Studio One down. So I'm gonna try to keep it simple. Something I know that's not going to shut it down. Let's go to Rooks. So Contact is a player that can handle up to 16 instruments, right? Because that's what MIDI can handle. MIDI can handle 16. It's 16 channels. This is the same deal. So watch this. I'm going to switch these to where I can change the output to them. Now watch what I can do. So this is output 1. This one is output 2. I'm gonna switch it. So now I have its own separate deal. I'm also changed the MIDI information to MIDI 1. Then in here, MIDI 2. Now, up here, all I'm gonna do is duplicate this one, and I'm gonna change that to channel 2. And to be honest with you, that's all I have to do. Well, with the exception of this. If I open these lanes up, And notice how I just can go to the top and open the lane up so that when you go to the mixer, you'll see the audio coming from each individual track. So for instance, this right here, Rooks. I'm gonna record that. See, once again, the MIDI capture is horrible. Let me fix that real quick. Even though it's crappy, I know what I did. You know what I'm saying? I know how I rhythmically put that in there, and Studio One did not do that. So that's the issue that I have right there, and that's one of those driving forces that push me to other DAWs. But nevertheless, here's what's happening. See? Everything is technically split out. Also, at this point, when I get ready to bounce these things down, it bounces down from here. And it will bring the audio with it. If you try to do that in Ableton, you have to bring up another audio track and route that to bounce that down. Like, it's a whole process, because this right here that I duplicated is just a MIDI trigger. In Ableton, it's just a MIDI trigger. It's not an actual MIDI, like it's not a MIDI channel that can take audio and MIDI from that same instance. But they were smart. I'll give it to them. Personas was smart to give us this MIDI, the way of like opening and collapsing instruments, because of this right here. Just imagine doing orchestral music this way, where you have one instance of an instrument and you putting several instruments in here, and just, this is two, but just imagine how if we filling this up one instance, and then all you got to do is just go to that particular track or whatever and just fill it up with whatever you're trying to do. I've used this method so many times. It is just easier to do that in Studio One. And by the way, this was something I used to do in Logic, but inside of Logic handled things a whole lot differently. Logic, if you're doing it this way, you have to load up a multi-timbral instrument, and you have to give it the amount of number. You have to give it a number, meaning the amount of channels that you want it to spit out ahead of time. I can't tell you how many times that I put a number in there and I went over that number. And in that point, you have to bring up another instance of an instrument, and you know what I mean? It was whack. In Studio One, you don't have to do that. You just load the instrument in and boom. And then you tell it to, open up these lanes. Bam. And it will open up those lanes. You see what I'm saying? That is the difference between Studio One and Logic. So that is some of those reasons has to do with the fact that, like, why I left Logic altogether completely. It was just a nightmare for me. Like, I just didn't like the workflow, even though I worked in this for so long. But it was like, when I found this, it was like bad. Now, I love Studio One. That's the thing, because a lot of the things that I can do here in Studio One, I can't do in Ableton, but Ableton does a lot of things that I love that I can't do here in Studio One. That is the reason why I use Studio One, Ableton, and then Bitwig is just both of them together, because Bitwig can also do things that neither one of these DAWs can do, and that's why I use Bitwig a lot of times. Bitwig is handling things that I would never try to do in any of these DAWs. Like I said earlier, when I'm testing plugins, Bitwig doesn't crash. It crashes the plugin. It don't crash the program. It just crashed the plugin. There's a sandbox feature in there that allows me to do some really cool things. That is the reason why I use Bitwig. So that is why you see me on the streams using several things. You never know what I'm using that day. It's just how I feel, what I feel like putting up with, and those are just the few things I just mentioned. And Splice ain't a part of it. Splice is just something that happened later on. It's cool that Splice is here, but that's not, Splice has nothing to do with my decisions of why I use, this program versus something else. Trust me, I can keep going. Bro. I got some more. I got more, man. I got fire. I got stuff for days that I can show you. But see, and that's just like, I gave you like really basic stuff. Now, like I say, it is idea to use one DAW for everything. But check this out. Here's the other thing, which is why I use this for mastering. So say like I want to bounce this track. Well, guess what? I could take this to a mastering page and bounce this down. Now, maybe I can show you like what my mastering page look like. I'm gonna show you that. Check this out. Like I have a million reasons why I use every platform. So let's see. I'm gonna show you right now. Here's what you can do in Studio One that you can never do anywhere else. I'm gonna show you that right now. All right, check this out. Check that out. This is how I push my music. I master it all, get the levels correct and things like that. Each track is doing something a little bit different. Like I have like maybe a couple of plugins here and there. A EQ right here. This one is just the dip, the low end. Anything below like, I don't know, 40 hertz, maybe a 20 hertz dip. That's all that was doing. This one ain't doing nothing. I ain't put no plugin on them. This one has this one same deal, but there's another dip right here in the 50 hertz range. You see what I'm saying? But it's only one mastering program that everything is coming out of this one deal. And so when I'm positioning all of these things, instead of taking it in a regular DAW and have several channels, blah, 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 no. I'm doing that here in here as the mastering. And out of these different names, whatever. Also, you can put artwork to it. Bam, there you go. Like I'm putting artwork, I'm putting metadata in there. I'm putting the genre, the arranger, the who composed it, the songwriter, the year it was created. You know what I'm saying? You could do that all in Studio One. You can do it inside the regular page, the regular like page. Yeah, I'll show you that right now. Why not? I'll show you. I ain't got no problem. I got receipts, man. I got receipts. Bam. Let's go to song setup, I believe. Yep, right here. Put the artwork right there. Boom. You tell it artist, the name of the album, the composer, the arranger, the genre of the year, the website, copyright information. Boom. All of that. You know what I'm saying? Right here in Studio One. And when you bounce this down, play it in the car, or if you send it to a friend or whatever, all that information is playing whatever made it that it can be read on any system. So that's what I did here in the master page. Got that joint right, and this thing can read LUFS and LU. So that is the reason why I would use this as my mix and mastering tool to knock out projects like that. You know what I mean? So it's safe to say sometimes, because of this feature, sometimes I just go ahead and produce inside of it. But dude, when I need to be creative, bro, like thinking outside the box, bruh, ain't nothing touching Ableton or Bitwig. Them two, and that's just me personally. Now, those of you that are watching, you might be using something different. Like my man said, Fruity Loops. That's great. But I tried FL Studio. It just was not my cup of tea. It just didn't, I couldn't vibe with it. It's just not for me. You know what I mean? But I watched videos of other people working in there, which inspired me to try it out. I will say that. But I've came to the conclusion that, yeah, I think it's just better that I watch people work in it. It's just more entertaining. Me trying to figure it out and going to videos, it's like I'm good. I have 3 already. You know what I mean? Like I'm maxed out other platforms that I use. So yeah, those are reasons. It's not, I don't have these different platforms just to have them just because it looks cool. I mean, that is a factor. You know, that is one of the factors. It's got to be some cool aspect of it while you're using it. You know, but like the features and the things that I can do, like for instance, the sampler here in Ableton, I cannot do that in Studio One. And I'm gonna show you that right now. Man, I'm on fire, bro. Like you asked me that question, man. I said I wasn't gonna do this, but I just felt like I need to break it down one time. You know what I mean? So let's load up. I don't know. Maybe that's what this stream is about. Let me see. Let's go to Splice. It's gonna load up. Dang, I can't spell right now. Load up Splice. Let's grab a sample. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna show you exactly what Studio One is not doing. And shoot, we'll use the same sample. In Studio One. I'm gonna show y'all some stuff. Let me show you. It said, what about buffer length option? Wide as latency. I don't know what you mean by latency. You get deep dive in dolls, bro. They need long learning curve. Deep dive learning curves are subjective. Totally. That is subjective. And the reason why I say that's subjective is because the DAW, that's why I preach on this channel that the DAW that you use or the DAW that resonate with you based on what you see other people do in DAWs, when you pick a DAW, you pick the one that feels good to you, the one that makes the most sense to you. Everybody's different. So if you like FL Studio and you pick that up like that, that's great. That's on you. Me, my thought process and the way that I like to work, I'm not I'm not in that zone. When I picked up Studio One, that met where I was, and my like I connected with that workflow. I came from Logic. Actually, I came from Pro Tools. That's Pro Tools was my first program that I started out using, and then Logic came after that. It was like that same workflow. When I picked up Ableton Live, yeah, it was a little bit different. But when I saw what it was doing, I kept at it, and it started to make sense to me. And then it just kept going. But Ableton Live is kind of like the same workflow as working in Machine. So there's some, familiarity right there that's happening. I don't know why this thing keep asking me. Man, keep asking me for my credentials, and oh, this is Safari. Crap. Safari does not. Okay. Let's try it. I don't want to use Safari. Safari don't have my. What is my choice if I just keep one? That's hard to say. I would say Studio One, but like I say, I'm the creativity is not there. You need a lot of plugins. Now for me, I could probably put it off, which is what I have been doing forever. I've made several joints in Studio One and sent them off and got them placed, and I made a lot of money. I made a few dollars using Studio One. So Studio One is paid for over and over. You know what I mean? Like that's not even an issue there. It's about workflow. So I mean, let me see. It would be. I would like it to be Studio One if I had to pick one, but Studio One is not there. They have a long way to go. And mainly, like, being creative, that's where I am on a creative tip. Why am I? Let me Splice. Come on, man. Seriously, log in. Oh, it keep wanting to go through Safari though. That's the okay. Let's. Oh no, this is actual. Dang, I forgot my credentials, man. I think it's that. Verify. God's poetry. What's up? What's up? What's happening, man? What's happening? How you feel? Oh man, keep the questions coming. I don't mind answering. I'm answering these questions because this is a learning moment for not only you, but there's some other people who's asking the same questions, and if not, want to know, might be sitting there just watching like usual, and be like, that's a good question. DJ, you got some good questions. I want to know that too. Matter of fact, this is getting really entertaining. You know what I mean? Like people, yeah. What are you gonna say about that? Because they never really hear me speak on it. Like sometimes I do, but when I answer questions, it be deep into these streams, and it's like, depending on who's watching at that moment, we'll catch it. So I've answered that question before, but you asked it a little bit differently. What is going on, man? Case in point, here's another one. It is also the reason why I have Safari and Chrome on my computer. When one don't act right, I go to the next one. You feel what I'm saying? I did have another one on here. I had Firefox on here at one point. I took that off. I don't even use that, so I just took it off. I had Bravo on here. I think it's still on here. Bravo does something a little bit differently. Like they dive a little bit deep into like helping protect privacy and whatever. So I'll go there, just depending on what I'm doing, here and there. We need to get this resolved, man. I don't know. Oh, there we go. See, Chrome. I'm on Chrome a lot, but Chrome started off a little funky today. Chrome did not allow. I don't know. This is tripping. All right. We are in Splice. So if we are in Splice, that means when I load up Splice, it should. Oh my gosh, really? Oh my gosh. All right. Switch the screen because I can't have y'all logging in my accounts, man. Getting them samples, you know what I'm saying? I can't show y'all that. So let me figure this thing out. Hold on a second. Can't get y'all all the secrets. Let's see. You can give all the sauce away. 803, what up? Hey DJ, you asked something about latency. I could not distinguish if you're talking about the latency of the YouTube video, this live stream, like when I'm reading these answers or these questions versus the latency inside the DAW. So I don't know which one, but I can answer the one with YouTube and how. So I am in America, you're in Egypt. That's one thing, but that really has nothing to do with what I'm about to say next, because it's the same factor for everybody. Because I'm on the web, things are always video stream. Some of the things that plays into latency is like the internet provider service that you're paying for. Different stream speeds, resolution, you know what I'm saying? It's just always been like that. There's always been a delay. As far as broadcast, that is. And I think it's because I'm broadcasting to like the public. I'm just all, across the globe. Which is, case in point, you in Egypt, I'm all the way in Dallas, Texas, and USA. So broadcast is always going to be that thing. But like when you're doing like a call, like a direct call using something like um, Zoom, something like that. To the extent those are more so private networks, and so those are coded differently, where things are a little bit more, boom boom. It's like what they call it, P2P, or like, you know what I mean, like a direct connection, like you on a FaceTime call or like a phone call. It's like it's using that type of technology where things are just like instant at that point. You know what I mean? But this one is a little bit different, the way this is coded up. Tell me how I miss Safari pedals coming out with 3 plugins. I don't know, man. You want me to explain what I was just talking about earlier? So latency, and that's it's not just with drums. It's just the Studio One latency issues is oh my gosh. I don't know, man. Studio One. It's not really a latency in terms of programming drums. When I program drums inside of Studio One, it take it. You know what I mean? Like I can hear, and as I play the drums or keys or chords, whatever, or anything I'm doing, I hear and I know what I'm doing, and I hear the metronome, and I'm playing it exactly where I want it according to the rhythm. But when I go and quantize it, that is the problem. Studio One is not, the quantized coding or whatever they have is not taking things and putting them where it's supposed to go. Ableton, when I quantize, Ableton is far much better. And it's crazy because I'm on the same exact system, and people would tell me, well, what's your buffer size? And you should, nah, bruh, don't even go there. Like, I get what people doing, and that's probably something I would say when I'm troubleshooting and helping somebody else. But like, dude, I've been doing this for years. Don't bring up no buffer. Like, I know what buffer is, and I know how to adjust it to do different things. I increase the buffer size when I'm utilizing instruments that needs the power. I decrease the buffer when I'm recording. Like, I know what that's about. I know not to record vocals and whatnot or anything audio wise at a high buffer rate. I know that. And so I try to like tell people that look, I'm a very seasoned producer. I know what I'm doing. And when I bring this stuff up, and people they go in troubleshoot mode like I'm a kid, like I'm a babe at it. Like, bruh, come on. Nope. No. We not about to do this, bro. And people be commenting on my videos and thinking that they know what they talking about. Like, nah, bro, that's not it. That's not what's happening. Why can't you just take what I'm telling you like grain of salt? I'm giving you the sauce right now. I'm telling you what's happening. If Studio One is doing something funky, it's doing something funky. Don't come in. You know what I'm saying? People just be weird, man. It's like you didn't hear nothing I said, and you want to troubleshoot, and then people wonder why I get aggravated. Like, dude, like, no, man, that's not how this is not how this conversation about to go. So sometimes I just try to avoid these conversations, but the crazy thing about this, though, speaking of the programming and latency and things like that, I'm not the only one that deals with this. I'm not the only one. There's a lot of other people that's dealing with this. But anyway, I told you I was going to get to this. I'm not going to worry about Splice and the shenanigans with the with the actual. I can't get the password working on the software, so we're on the website. Ooh, look at this one. So what I'm gonna do here is just listen to it. Okay, so I know that you guys are not gonna be able to hear what I hear. So let me just pick it real quick. I'm gonna pick okay, this is a good one. That's a good one. Check this out. Let me buy that. I'm gonna download this real quick. All right, check this out. So let's go to back to Ableton and let's take that joint, bring it in here, right? Let me show y'all what's happening. So I'm gonna go here. Bring in simpler. Take this joint right here. Bring it in simpler. Right? And check this out. Boom. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at it. Come here. Come here. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. And then, okay, let's take down the sensitivity real quick. As soon as my mouse act right. Come on, man. Let's take the sensitivity down just a tad bit. Because it chopped everything. It chops everywhere it thinks that transients are. All right, so you see what I'm saying? Right? Immediately. Like that. Immediate. This is why a lot of people use Ableton. For that reason. Like being able to chop and do things like that up in here. And then if I need to adjust a whole thing, I think I can go in here and say, just warp it. Just keep it at the same beat as the tempo. The tempo is 120. And to make it sound better, I can change the algorithm here. You notice the quality of the sample? If I was back at beats, this was the default. Sound grainy. It don't sound all that great. And I can go exaggerate it. Hear that? It's like, but if I change it up to complex, it sounds a whole lot better. Or if I go to complex pro, oh, that sounds even worse. But you might be going for that. I don't know. Texture or repitch. So everything that I'm doing right now, I've done something different every time I do streams and I'm in Ableton Live. I do different. I do all types of stuff, and I discovered a lot of creative possibilities here using the sampler inside of here. They go even further than that. This is like something check this out, man. You gonna lose all your marbles when I show you this. Check this out. So what other dog is doing that? And I'm not, I'm not going there. I'm not trying to start no dog war. But between what I have, I can say, let's just keep it there. Between the dolls that I have, none of the dolls that I have currently is doing this. You just can't. It's not happening. These are the things that Ableton did inside of 12. And so it's like, oh my gosh, the creativity just don't stop, bro. It's like, oh, this is crazy. So that was just a nugget. I'm not going to even compare that. But if we talking just a normal sampler, and you only technically would go here and switch the sample level if you're dealing with like one shots or whatever. But obviously you can use longer samples. So what you see here, I mean, sheesh, right? You can even switch this to the regular sampler. Like this is another sampler. So if you think about it, Ableton Live has 3 different samplers right now. I just showed y'all 3 different samplers, bro. Like this is another way of like, you can go a whole another level with just the regular sampler. And this would be like equivalent to like what this one is. Like if you throw this here and you double click on here, it's like all the stuff that's available here on the side, right? Like this, you know, it's kind of like, you know, this type of situation where you can like change the pitch or, you know, do like really basic stuff. Now, that's just coming up on the side, bro. In the information section, like all of these tools right here that you can do, how you can manipulate the sampler before you even add it into a sampler or anywhere else. Like this right here, this is the type of stuff I be doing. Like, okay, watch this. That's the type of stuff I be doing, bro. And I might do something like this. This is by default. Speed it up, slow down, right here. What about tones? What was this in tone? Boy, do you hear what it's doing, bro? Ooh, crazy. It's like it glide its way into. Oh my gosh! I should have just like hold that thought. Let me make a beat real quick. That was crazy. All right, so not only that, but if you need to make changes to these transients, it's right here. You know what I'm saying? Just double click and you just move stuff like that. Is that right here, the power that Ableton renders when dealing with samples and audio and things like that. All right, let me stop because I can keep going because I have more for you, but I'm gonna stop right there. Let me stop right there. The same sample. Let's go here and Studio One. All right, let's take that same sample. I'm gonna put that sample inside. Oh, okay. We're gonna take that sample like we did before. I'm gonna just bring it in the track. I'm gonna get rid of these other ones just so we're dealing with the sample. Let's get rid of this. Right. All right, so if I double click this thing, Studio One, and I'm not throwing shade, but Studio One does do things a little bit differently. Now, if you want to play with the transients, this is what you have to do. You have to go to audio bin. You have to analyze it, and then it'll give you all these different things. And Ableton did the same thing, but you just change the threshold, you know, make it like that. But guess what? You're not doing anything to this. You're not able to chop this because this is in the arranger window. It's not inside anything playable. You can't do anything with that. So what they did, now this is actually pretty cool because I can right click and say, hey, send that. Actually, I think it might send the transients that I just created to drum pattern. So I can say send it to drum pattern. Wait, not those. I want to just send this to sample one. In this instance, I would do sample one. Sample one will be equivalent to the sampler. Right. Great. So let's see. Let me deactivate or mute it so it won't be two things playing at the same time. All right, so I'm gonna come here. All right, so the sampler, that's all it does. It plays the sample, but it plays and it will start at the beginning. And because we messing with samples, you know, the higher notes will be sped up and the lower notes will be slow. See how slow that is? And then the higher register will be right. We already know that. If you don't, you learn something new today. Great. But that's it. There is no chopping in here. You can't chop in here. You have to do something unique in here. Let me see. Yeah, you got to do something unique. Let me see if I can just get rid of that altogether. You can, let me see. remove sample. I could take this here and I have to hit, wait a minute. I have to hit, command, slice. All right, so let's start at C. So it will slice. I forgot. So it sliced everything. Okay. So let me see how this works. Okay, so it sliced everything, but see, here's the thing though, how easy is it to change everything now? That's a whole different topic right there. So it did the best it could to, but that's it guys. Like, you see that it took like, you don't really know what it's doing. Like, we know they took that, you can adjust things, but like, you'll be forever trying to adjust that. You see what I'm saying? Okay, so it's like right there, as soon as you get something you like, okay, let me see, you gotta play with it. All right, next note. Wait a minute. How do I get the next note? We were just playing with it. Oh, duh. You gotta select it over here. So what they did was, it's the same exact sample, but it split that many times between the notes that the range of the notes that you selected. All right, here's the next note. Boom. So now you got to go chop that and move that wherever it goes. You see what I'm saying? You see how tedious that can be? Like, this doesn't make sense. This is not making sense. This is like this is horrible. This is horrible. Like, if you're trying to use the sampler like you using in Ableton, this is not the way to do that. You can do something in Impact though. Let's pull that up. If we use Impact, all right, Impact is going to work the same way actually, because you can say, you know what, maybe this track is just too long. Let's just do this. Let's just bring it down to 4 bars. Let's see what that sounds like. I don't even. 10, 10, 4, 2, 3, 4. All right, so let's do that. I'm gonna drag this in, and then you have to hit Shift. It's a slice and spread across multiple pads. So it's gonna do that. It's the same process, guys. So let me highlight this one. So I guess you gotta do like this. Dude, that's not usable. Because some people actually fight with me and be like, yeah, you can. Oh, wow. Dude, it filled up the whole thing. That's why you can't get it to sound decent. But guess what? You got to go to each individual deal. Okay, so let me see. You got to. Right. So next pad. Wait. Same thing. Like, what is happening? You see what I'm saying? You got to go. So there's nothing in here like a global command to say, hey, can you like unsensitize? That's our word. We just made it up. That's a new word. unsensitize. You can't unsensitize the transients here to like come up with a perfect slice situation. You're not. There is nothing on here that allows you to do that. Nothing. So there was something that there's a workaround. I think you can just chop. You have to chop what you want right here in the actual track in order to get that to work. Let me. So it's like this. So right there, one. So let me see. Right there. Right. So you have to be like. Let's just work with 2 bars for now, just so I can prove my point. So you have to be very distinct, like chopping. You got to do all your chopping inside the range window in order to say, okay, this is usable. So here inside impact, I'm gonna say clear everything. Where is it? Can I clear everything? Where is show in browser? I thought that was a clear button. Let me see if I can just highlight them all and say clear pad. Oh wow, it's not gonna do it. All right, bet. No worries. Let's just grab another impact. How about that? Get rid of that one. Problem solved. So I can do this and say, drag that to 1, drag that to 2, drag that to 3, drag that to 4. So now, let me see. I may have to turn on, for all of these, I have to come back here and say normal, or wait, let me see. Right, and then maybe I could turn on the filter. So that's the only way to do that in terms of chopping, and you can't go back and make no changes. That's just what the chop is. And I think once you get a solid chop, you're not going to probably go back and make any changes anyway. But I'm just saying, that's how you have to do it. You're not going to go in there like Ableton and come in and just throw it in the system and it just automatically do what it does best, and then you just get to work. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to do that. And then by like the chops being what it is here, and I'm trying to remember how to do something. Like inside of here, I'm gonna switch this thing, and I forgot I was talking about this. Yeah, this for instance. Yeah, so like this thing is doing it automatically. It's like it renders more possibilities. You see what I'm saying? Switch it to slice, bam, it gives you those different things, and all of this is our points, and they are playable points. You see what I'm saying? Or you can turn it into a one shot, or bruh, I feel like I'm done explaining, but I just wanted to see how far I was willing to go, I guess. I done spent the whole hour on this. But yeah. But student one has splice. You see what I'm saying? So now it's like that factor that just kind of pulls people in. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. But what student one has that nobody else has is integration with splice. Now, I give them that. That's the thing. That's how they hook you. That's the thing. And I mean, I'm with it. I like working in Studio One. I come in here just for that reason now sometimes. Like, give me splice. I need splice. So, and then Bitwig, I don't even want to pull up Bitwig because Bitwig is a disappointment. Their sampler is, nah. They're not splicing. So, if you have something like Serato, see, this is what puts you in one DAW. Because the question was asked earlier, like if it was one DAW used, so it would be Studio One in a lot of cases, right? If you have Serato Studio, then you good. Because Serato Studio gives you those things that we just discussed. So you don't really need to. You don't need impact or the sampling in here. Like, who cares at this point? And that's how you have to be when you're working in Studio One. You have to have plugins, third-party plugins, to do these type of things. So I guess that's why Serato is so popular, because there's a lot of DAWs that don't have this capability, and so hey, you can purchase a plugin that can do these things. Bam, like this. Hey, let me see. Here's the thing that's funky though. Something I don't like. So if I take this sample and drag it in, it won't let me drag it in. And you cannot drag this in from the project. This is a workflow flawed right now. That's horrible. Let me see if I can grab this and throw it in this way. You can't even drag it in from the pool. So you have to go. So you have to come in through here or wherever it is on your system and then throw it in. Right? So now I have options to what this whole conversation has been about. If I use Serato inside of here, the way that Ableton handles it is a little bit different. I can take a sample from the session and throw it in Serato and it will take it. I don't know why that is, but see, that's the thing, man. Different platforms just do different things, man. And it's like, which one are you willing to? Maybe I should enable this stream, Studio One versus Ableton. That's probably that's a better name for what we're talking about. Cause I am not enjoying this wait time. This is not cool. All right, so Studio One. Okay, here's Serato. Check this out. This sample we've been dealing with. You can take that and drag and drop and boom. There you go. Yeah. I'm just that's like a make break type situation for some people. It's like, oh my gosh. Yeah. We rocking with Ableton because Ableton is just on a whole nother level. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just yeah. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. All right. What else y'all got for me? Let's make a beat. I have to I have to do something real quick. Okay, so I'm reading the comment. Talking about the buffer. You put your eyes on Studio One because of workflow. Uh huh. You were just talking about FL Studio. So what's up, man? um, Studio One. Um, I don't want to deter anybody. Studio One certainly works different for everybody. The other factor is I use a Mac. You might be using the PC. I don't know what system you use. So like, the other factor is you might have a a pretty good um, processing system. What am I trying to say? I'm sidetracking. Processor, memory. So, um, dang, hang on. I'm trying to do like three things at once. Are you kidding me, bro? Wow, this is bonkers. Okay, y'all give me a second. I'm I'm gonna do my best to try to like work through this while I'm doing some other things right now. Just bear with me. We're gonna get through it together, guys. Let's get through this. Um, dude, this is so crazy. Okay, I'm done with that. Sweet. Dang. Okay. That's dope. That's dope. All right. Sorry guys. I had to handle something real quick. Okay. Back to it. All right. That's cool. Yeah, this is certainly a dog war. Yeah, I kind of figured it was heading there. You know, in fact, it's better for that chopping sound. You like sampling in the machine? Yeah, machine machine is okay. You know, machine is okay. Machine they need to ante up their game too, but it's okay. It's it's okay. That's all I'm saying. I'm not doing I'm not doing much chopping in machine anyway. I used to, but yeah, machine is just I I use machine differently. You know, it's definitely different. Anyway, to go back to Studio One, if you were looking at Studio One for all the things you were looking at Studio One, I say go for it. Um, I say go for it because Studio One is still solid. They're simpler. There's a lot of good qualities about Studio One that makes them stand out. There's some frustration, and I'm just gonna keep it transparent. There are frustrations, but it depends on your situation and what you're using it for. My frustrations might be different from yours, so that's why I be on here tripping out sometimes. But you may not even experience none of the things I'm experiencing over here, and most of my frustration come from the creative standpoint, like the media capture thing, the way it captured media. I don't care for that, and I'm just gonna be 100. But I'm pretty sure you not only looking at that. You you can grow to get used to it, because like I've gotten used to that. I've been using Studio One since 3.0. We are now in 7. So I've been dealing with Studio One shenanigans for years, and that's not the part that annoys me the most. It's not, because that's least of my worries, to be honest with you. I only point it out because it is a it's there. You know, can't ignore it, but it's not a top tier deal. I made a couple of videos on it, and it was like, and I guess Studio One, they're not going to catch on until like 10.5 comes out. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But what frustrates me the most is the creative tools. That's the frustration that I have with them right now, currently. Now, when they do that, you know, update note effects for one, update their samplers where it can do like some really cool things, then you know they might be, you know, they'll be on a whole another level for me, for sure. It's like the sample went like this, and it was like, like spinning, like it's like if you can imagine like a blanket put it on the bed and you do like this in the middle of it and you just kind of spin it around. It's kind of like what this sample's doing. It's like meshing and going all types of crazy. It's kind of cool. I don't even know what the tempo is to this. Like, what is happening? Okay, where's my match right now? Why is the metronome not coming on? That's kind of... Okay, I'm gonna explain to y'all what just happened. So if you were like analyzing, like what, like how does that sound good to you? It just sounds like it doesn't sound like everything is perfect and precise. I'm one of those producers that can hear the finished product even before it's done. I'm time, like advanced time. I can hear potential and stuff, which is why sometimes it's how I grab things. And a lot of y'all thinking one thing is like, nope, that's not where we're going with that. This is where we're going. Some of you guys be pointing out like, wait, I'll see where I can hear where you. Nah, you don't, because you don't know what's in my head. I hear stuff with this and what I can do. And a lot of times, like this specifically, I'm gonna tell you what I hear specifically with this. This right here, this is one of those things where it sounds good underneath the music. So there's a different music concept on top of this, and this is just underneath it, and it works perfect. Cause I've done stuff like that many times, and then you solo this stuff and be like, what the hell were you think? You know what I mean? Like if you was to solo some things that you do, you would be shocked. Because sometimes the way things sounds frequency wise above the music, or just how it comes out, it's like it renders something different when it's with everything else, all the other elements. Like it pushes something different. You know what I mean? Like a vibe or whatever. Solo that joint is gonna sound horrible by itself. You know, that's how only the real music gurus know where I'm coming from when I say stuff like that. Not to shit on anybody, but I'm just saying, like, seasoned person, like, yep, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, man. Yeah, man. I get what you're saying. Did I try Arabic scales? Probably not. I don't even know what Arabic scales are. I know what they sound like when I hear it. Like, yeah, I know that's an Arabic sound, but I don't know what Arabic sound, what those scales are, because that's not something I'd be trying to make these days. So, nope, I have never dabbled into that. Although I have a slew of scales to choose from, but I don't ever remember anything saying Arabic. Like the ones I'm looking at is minor, major, Dorian, Mixolydian, Lydian, Phrygian. Phrygian might be something. Uh, Locrian, whole tone, half note, minor blues, minor pentatonic, major pentatonic, harmonic minor, harmonic major, Dorian 4, Phrygian dominant, melodic minor, Lydian augmented, Lydian dominant, superlocrian, 8-tone, Spanish. See, they got Spanish in here. Kumo, Palog, Timbung. I don't know what any of this stuff is. Median 4. And that's just in here. But I've seen other things in other platforms, like different scales, but I don't think I've ever came across any Arabic scales like listed like that, unless one of these are Arabic scales, but it's just under a different name, but it's like it's really an Arabic, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not familiar with that. AJ, what's up? It's called Locrian Major. Okay, I passed that up. Locrian Major. See, that's what I was saying. Like, like there's nothing here that says Arabic, but my man says Locrian or Locrian. It's only one. There is no major here. Locrian. Am I saying that right? Yeah, it's only that. But Locrian, that could be major by itself. Because if it was minor or anything like that, it would specify next to it usually. In my experience. Oh, super Locrian. There's a super Locrian here. So there's a super one. I don't know the difference. There's a super and then there's a. But let me see. Now on my Arabic does come up on my keyboard. Yeah, there's a scale. It comes up as Arabic on here, but Locrian is not on here. So you might be on to something there, sir. Never mind. Locrian is on here as well. Locrian and Arabic. I would have to study Arabic music in order to do anything like that. Like I don't listen to Arabic music enough to, like, I know the sound, but I don't listen to it. That's It's not something I listen to. It's not. It's not in any of my playlists. It's a desired sound that I like to listen to. Just I respect I respect them. You know what I mean? I respect the genre, but it's not something I do think it's cool though. I like if I'm on TikTok or something like that, I hear that stuff all the time. There's some stuff that's going viral right now, and it's like, that's dope, you know. But it's not, it's not something I feel like I need to dabble in too, because it's not, you know what I mean. I'm not in that space, like mentally. I'm not there. It's cool to listen to, just like country music. Country music is cool to listen to, but I'm not going to. I've done some country songs though. To be honest with you, I've done some country. But it's not something I would do. It's just not my. It's not my thing, you know. Rightfully so, you know. I think people will go out to country producers if they need something. They're not gonna come to me because it's not even. I can do it, but you know, it's not something. Let's see. Let's pull up a sound or something. You say 50 Cent. I'm not a 50 Cent fan. I know who he is. I listened to his stuff like growing up, but it's not like it's not. It's not. I'm not into it. You know, I never was. Even when I was it was, you know, this is one of those things that like all of my friends listen to him, and you know, there's different rappers and like music around him growing up. Like I'm familiar with him, but it's not something I would like. It's just not. So I'm not into it. You know. You say you need to hear 70s. 70s what? It depends on what you're talking about. 70s what? This sound is not the sound I'm going for. When you say the 70s, you got to be very specific. You mean the 70s Arabic music? Because I'm gonna tell you, I'm a Motown kid. Like that's where I am musically. Like I love Motown. Motown, Temptations, the Marvin Gaye when he was with him. Oh, these are cool songs. Let's try this one. I'm gonna go to this Arabic scale on my keyboard and see what happens. AJ, it's been a while since it's been on your channel. What's up with the live? Have you switched? Nah, I didn't switch. It's just I'm enjoying myself more these days inside of live with its creative tools versus Studio One. Studio One is like, man, but I still use Studio One. That's what I was doing on the stream just now, like explaining to DJ that my love is always going to be in Studio One, but sometimes you gotta like dabble in something else. Let me see. Ooh. Okay. Maybe I have to put this somewhere else, like right there. There we go. Let's play with the scale here. Let's see, man. All right, so I'm gonna let's go to modes. Let's go to Locrian. So that's that. I don't even know. Let me see. I'm looking for Arabian days. I'll watch Aladdin. Arabian. I used to watch that when I was younger. Yeah, I know that sound. That's definitely Arabic right there. Let me get a flute. That's probably where it's gonna sound best. Yeah, something like that. Oh my gosh. What is playing in the background? They could turn into an orchestral joint. Okay, it's harmonizing. Turn it off. Uh-oh. Don't turn that off. Like, I can come up with something. Like, I have the tools and instruments, and Native Instruments would be perfect for coming up with stuff like this because they have like all around the world type instruments. You know what I'm saying? And that's my keyboard creating those scales. I don't know the scale. Something like that. I don't know. I mean, quarter note or 50 cent. Now, some of the movies, those old movies my mother used to watch, has this Arabic sound, like that orchestral, like those white movies, black and white pictures. It sound like this, like a mistress. You know what I'm saying? I've heard that. So now I'm playing with it. Like, that's an Arabic type deal. Cool. What about Hungarian? I guess it's in the same family because it sounds the same. What about Phrygian? They all sound the same. What about Japanese? Yeah, that sounds different. Let's go to some blues. Man, I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, all right. Um, so there is a learning curve here in Ableton. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. This does not look like something that you can just dive right in and just take it away. So there's certainly a learning deal here. Studio One does present a simple workflow, which is why it's good for what it does. It's certainly a good DAW for simplicity. You just you know it's decent. I can't really I don't know. You need Serato. I gotta stress that like you need Serato. You need Serato in order to make this work. In order to do stuff like this, you you just need let me see. Dang it. Where's my sample? Where did my sample go? I was looking at some checking accounts. Let me trying to expand my money. You know what I'm saying? Trying to expand around here. Let me see. Where is that sample, man? Where is that sample? Where did it go? I think I put it here. Yeah. Crap. Really. Yeah. Let's work with that. We already downloaded it. Let's go here. Studio One. Oh, it won't let me. Oh, it did. Let me go back in here. And was feeling that. Let me put that in there. Okay. So what happened? I don't know what happened right there. So some of the cool things about Studio One is like, you know, you can do stuff like this, legato. You know what I mean? Like these tools are. Let me fix these. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And all I'm gonna do is bounce that, render that in place. Render in place is dope in Studio One, right? This is one method. That's the normal way of bouncing. But check this out. There's another method you can use. It is this one: transform instrument track. And when you do it this way, it creates a MIDI track with audio or with the MIDI information in there with it. See, this is what makes Studio One powerful. This is why I keep coming back to Studio One for stuff like this. What if I still need those MIDI notes for something later on? In this case, I won't need those MIDI notes because we was just chopping this Serato deal. But like there's situations where I had to bounce down the audio. I didn't want to lose the MIDI information, but you know how it is. You want to bounce things down. And I would say that Personas and the team over there thought about that. It's like for those who want to bounce in place and they want to keep the MIDI information, you know, old school, we'll just like mute the MIDI, which is what I do anyway. Or like with the first thing I showed you, when you bounce the regular way, what it does is it bounces to a separate track and it just mutes the MIDI track above it, keeps the instrument there. But what it did here was it took the instrument away, it bounces down its audio, and it also gave you the MIDI information. And I know that for a fact because when you come here, you can see the MIDI information right here. That's the same track to the point where you can just take this and bring it down to like an instrument track. So like, for instance, let's just grab this, like boom. There's that MIDI information we just put in there. You see what I'm saying? We just did that. So that is cool. That is a cool feature. But I don't need this, to be honest with you. So I don't need that track. So I'm going to get rid of it. And for someone like me, there are things I like to do to samples, which is using halftime. And so, when you got stuff like that, then it makes using Studio One okay because you have your third party tools. They can do this. I do this in Ableton as well, so it don't matter. So I'm getting ideas already. Let's see if my favorite drums is in here. As I save something in Ableton, I think I wonder if it's gonna carry over. Okay, let me see. It would be user preset. Oh, it did. Come on, let's go. Ooh, I like that. Who just subscribed? Pablito, what's up? What's happening? Boo, 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 boo. Appreciate that. I will bounce the MIDI selection and cross the last parts with time stretch too. Cool. Let's see how well it put that in there. Toggle snap. That's probably my problem. I don't want it to toggle snap. Yeah, that's dope. Ooh, I like that. Maybe bring that. See, I do want all of that to come a little forward. Yeah. Yeah. I vibes with that. Do I have ulterior effects? Yep, all of them. Try to bring that mellow in. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, this is what we're gonna do here. Alright, so I got that, and then let me see. Let's go piano. Really? Get out of here, bro. See, now things are getting weird. I didn't want the, well, maybe for this to work, gonna put RC on this joint. care for. All right, is that that? Boop, bat, do. Let me add. Let's see. for the EQ. Appreciate that 803. There is any different of VST handling between DAWs. I talk about processing. Yeah, each DAW handle VSTs differently. Absolutely. What just happened? I don't know how that happened. Let's turn it all the way down. Let's cut it. I was gonna leave it up because I wanted to work in Ableton, but whatever. Now I think this is the sample I will use in Ableton and make it do something different like that. I think it's under grain. I forgot, but let me put a compress on this. You see. I might just leave it like that and put a reverb on it. Hmm. I can. Yeah, I like that. Did I get the effect on Yeah, we found the. No, I haven't worked on that song since we ended the stream. Look it up. Oh, I need that. If I put that in my likes and see if it picks up. Come on, come on. Really? This is the part I hate. It's like every 5 minutes I have to do this for Studio One. Like seriously, bro. What the heck just happened there? I have no clue. Anyway, let's go to the likes. Yep. Let's see how this plays out. Yep. I likes that being a little more. I feel that one. That's it right there.
I just hope that someday,
Yeah, let me add that to my life. I like that. I like that. Let's see. All I gotta do is drag it in from there. It's like a new workflow right there, bro. That might work. Yeah, I like that. I kind of like that. What did I do? That was dope. Let me see. I might have to switch it up right there. Boom, doo, 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 doo. Let me see. Oh, that's dope. I like that. Let's add that in there. Like that. Okay, I'm feeling that. So we gotta do something right there. Let's see if it'll work. Hmm. Hmm. I like that. Hmm. that chord right there. Let's fix that bass. Yep, I heard it. It was bothering me. Alright, DJ. Appreciate you hanging, man. All right, let me make the drums more pronounced to come up on a change up, right? Dude, why you keep trying to make me use things that I don't really care for using? Yep. Creating some variations. Right here's something. 803, that's incredible, man. Cool. Let's relabel this. Hmm. Somehow. Let me see. I. Say yesterday at 9:46. What? Yeah, that's the same project. I was just tripping out for a second. Like, wait, man, this is not. Yeah, replace. Like, what is happening? Okay. thinking this might need to go on the album. I was trying to do an EP, but this might be the sixth one. Yo, I keep creating stuff that's cool to me. I say, I think this is cool. I think the song is perfect timing though. We're already at 2 minutes. Sweet. That's it right there. This one is ready to go, bro. I don't know. I might want to do something next to it. I don't know. We're just gonna bounce it anyway. And okay. Hmm. There we go. We like it. We like it a lot. Go between starting and market. Thank you very much. Thank you, Betty. Thank you. Thank you, Betty. Thank you. Walberry's in the building. Right at the end of the stream. Welcome. Woohoo. You made it. Sweet. Solid. Cool. Well, I appreciate y'all presence. Dismiss. I'll check y'all tomorrow. Lifestyle Government Art. See y'all.